psilocybin that's showing that under supported condition, psilocybin can occasion mystical type experiences associated with enduring positive changes in attitudes and behavior.
Radical, vamos a ser radicales. Esa palabra la han satanizado, ¿no? Ese es un radical.
pick an actor, because I had gone to Strasbourg through NYU. We're going to pick an actor, and we're going to discuss. He was on a fundraising tour to LA, came to my office. Got a letter back from Newman that said, got a letter back from Newman that said, thank you. Got a letter back from Newman that said, I remember a few years ago I sent a letter to Paul Newman and to Joanne Woodward, and I said, he was on a fundraising tour to LA, came to my office. Got a letter back from Newman that said, got a letter back from Newman that said, yeah, it's true. One of the reasons I did this. He was on a fundraising tour to LA, came to my office. Pick an actor, because I had gone to Strasbourg for NYU. We're going to pick an actor and we're going to discuss. Got a letter back from Newman that said, got a letter back from Newman that said, of the same school, he would rather act. Got a letter back from Newman that said, he was on a fundraising tour to LA, came to my office. Thank you, and congratulations to Bibi. Where are you, Bibi? Congratulations to Bibi. Thank you. Got a letter back from Newman that, thank you. But I remember back in 1994, I was working in Los Angeles, and the guy, thank you. Got a letter back from Newman that said, got a letter back from Newman that said, and I said, would you let me, I watched all his films, and I read all these books that Stanislavski wrote, and all these books that Strasbourg wrote. You'd agree that I wouldn't publish the paper, so I can't share it with you. And I wrote this thesis in school. Got a letter back from Newman that said, got a letter back from Newman that said, got a letter back from Newman that said, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Got a letter back from Newman that said, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Got a letter back from Newman that said, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Got a letter back from Newman that said, thank you. He was on a fundraising tour to LA, came to my office. But I remember back in 1994, I was working in Los Angeles, and the guy that was my assistant,
Donde fue que yo metí la mierda esta, donde fue que yo metí la mierda esta,
secrets are a disease. And I was born to be a siren. Yeah, I was born to be a siren, 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 siren.
Close.
Close.
A couple lines.
I knew it. I knew I wasn't gonna get it right, but that's what I was flipping over in my head.
You did.
I did now. Flip it over in my head. Just for the record, the end of Childe Roland to the Dark Tower Came by Robert Browning reads as such. And I did have this memorized at one point. Maybe again. Maybe we'll go through. I have a bunch of little. Anyway, this is. There they stood, ranged along the hillsides, met to view the last of me, a living frame for one more picture. In a sheet of flame I saw them and knew them all, and yet, dauntless the slughorn to my lips I set, and blue, Childe Roland to the Dark Tower came. Knew I wasn't gonna get it right, but that's what I was flipping over in my head. Just for the record, the end of Childe Roland to the Dark Tower Came by Robert Browning reads as such. And I did have this memorized at one point. Maybe again. Maybe we'll go through. I have a bunch of little. Anyway, this is. There they stood, ranged along the hillsides, met to view the last of me, a living frame for one more picture. In a sheet of flame I saw them and knew them all, and yet, dauntless the slughorn to my lips I set, and blue, Childe Roland to the Dark Tower came.
You did.
I did now. So The Stand. Was written in the 70s and revisited in the 90s, and the book takes, both versions of the book take place in those different times, which probably were different. It's funny that I look back and I feel like the 70s and the the 90s were probably pretty comparable compared to the goddamn 2020s.
Yeah.
But this book is a lot about ideology. Maybe I'll start with one of these quotes at the bottom because it's about Flag. And I think Flag becomes, a character in the Stephen King universe, but I feel like calling him Flag in this book and making him like the embodiment of ideology is probably pretty intentional. Yeah, this is the quote it's two quotes from two parts in the books of how he's described. A tall man of no age in faded pegged jeans and a denim jacket. His pockets were stuffed with 50 different kinds of conflicting literature. Pamphlets for all seasons, rhetoric for all reasons. He was a clot rhetoric. He was a clot looking for a place to happen, a splinter of bone hunting a soft organ to puncture, a lonely lunatic cell looking for a mate. They would set up housekeeping and raise themselves a cozy little malignant tumor. Obviously, I love Stephen King, and that's very well written, but I think, this man named Flag impregnates a woman named Cross in the United States of America while society is collapsing.
Son, I've never made that connection before.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's intentional. But I
It
mean,
definitely is.
the church becoming filled with ideology and becoming potentially poisonous the way that Flag is.
So I've always just thought of Flag as based on what was in his pockets from that, because that was one of the first things I remember from the description. He's just the generic antagonist.
Yes.
He is everything I love about being a person.
You like influencing people through ideology that you do not necessarily believe in. I mean, that's
100%.
That's a strategy, right? Yeah.
I mean, as you said it became obvious.
I think he really represents the idea of a flag as an excuse not to think, as in, like, this is what I believe in. And as a villain, like, he'll believe in anything that the person he wants to manipulate believes in. He has rhetoric for anything he needs. He's going to be much like, any type of political or, whatever kind of demagogue, like someone who tries to control the masses through emotion. Like he has got whoever he wants to manipulate, whatever their buy-in, Randall Flagg is selling.
Yeah.
And it's easy to get behind him for that reason. It's interesting to me that they change kind of what Las Vegas is like in the new adaptation, because in the old one, there are not parties or really people fighting each other to death. In the book, Las Vegas is very ordered, and it's almost like a police state. There's a scene that people point out where someone, I think he's caught cooking crack and is executed for it. Like, in the TV show, those people are definitely smoking crack. The recent
you can see, is it Harold?
It's not Harold. It's Lloyd.
Lloyd?
Yeah. Is
Lloyd
he snorting?
Definitely.
Yeah.
No, he's got a crack pipe.
Oh wow.
Or a meth pipe, whatever you want to say. He's freebasing something.
So and it's almost easier in that new adaptation to make it just lawlessness is what he represents. Just bad lawlessness, But it's more interesting if he represents fascistic order, a police state.
About the same.
Right. Well, ultimately, it's the same for the civilians living there if they're not free. I also thought Trash Can Man might be interesting. I also thought Trash Can Man might be interesting. I don't think that that's any kind of intentional symbolism, but if you're gonna try to attract everyone like that, you're gonna attract a few trash men, a few trash people that may end up fucking your whole thing up.
Yeah. I like the two people they picked for that. It was Max Headroom and the Flash.
Yes, it was.
I like the two people they picked for that. It was Max Headroom and the Flash.
Yes, it was. Yes. Max Headroom, that actor, who, let's see, I can probably tell you the name of the actor. Matt Frewer was, other than Max Headroom, known for Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, but he is in several of the 90s-ish Stephen King adaptations.
Who is... So in my mind, I know it's not the same person, but in my mind, he's Cabin Boy.
Oh, that is Chris Elliott, who's not in any of the Stand movies. I don't.
But he is the guy from Schitt's Creek.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
But in my mind, they're the same person. They're written in the same font in my head.
Almost a similar
in my head.
Almost a similar. I don't know if I want to say acting style, but the way that they kind of portray someone who doesn't quite. Almost a similar. I don't know if I want to say acting style, but the way that they kind of portray someone who doesn't quite know what's going on is similar.
Yeah.
Chris Elliott and Matt Frewer. Yeah.
Same face shape. They're both shaped like almond.
So like I told you yesterday, I read this one time in high school. I listened to it recently, and one of the reasons I wanted to go into the book again, because I've seen both the TV shows, one of the reasons I wanted to look at the book again is that I wanted to see if I still didn't like it. I really didn't like the ending in high school. I like it a lot better now, but I feel like overall, this thing is paced like a piece of shit.
Well, yeah. That's Stephen King writing on cocaine for you, though. You can't really judge that.
Yeah.
He ran out, so he lathered for a while, and then he got more, and it picked up, and then he ran out. And it's Maine. You don't have a steady supply of cocaine up there, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like he had a lot of it for a long time.
He threw off the average intake of it in that state.
Yeah. The average intake of cocaine in Maine spiked during the 70s just because he was getting it imported. That's not canon.
It might be.
It might be.
I'll say it is. I'll go on the record.
A big part of the problem with the pacing is the middle section when they get to Boulder, and it just goes on for a long time in the book.
It seemed to go on for a long time in the most recent miniseries too.
In fact, most of the miniseries flashback. The miniseries starts in Boulder and flashes back to what happened because there's not really an ending after that. I gotta go take soda out of the fridge. Starts in Boulder and flashes back to what happened because there's not really an ending. Back to what happened. I don't know if King specifically says that basically the story is over when they get to Boulder, but it could be. Other than the fact that they're having dreams about a man, when it gets to Boulder, that's it. They don't even really have a reason to confront this guy. So the story that King says is that they get to Boulder and he's just writing about them rebuilding civilization. There's pages and pages about them trying to turn on the power plant and all the various things that go wrong and talking about society, but nothing is happening during that middle part of the book, which is so long. And so as you know, and here's some spoilers, there is a terrorist bombing that occurs, which is one of the reasons. which really to me doesn't even really seem like, well, now we need to go to Las Vegas to get killed. It really doesn't make sense, but Stephen King tells the story where he's got all these characters, they're in Boulder, he's rebuilding society, and he was like, well, nothing's happening. What am I gonna do? I guess I gotta blow half of them up. And so that's why the terrorist act is basically an act of Stephen King saying this story's doing nothing, which...
We need to push it along because the apocalypse is going to be peaceful.
Yeah. It's paced. The pace, it doesn't feel like a novel. It definitely doesn't feel like 3 acts. It's paced. The pace, it doesn't feel like a novel. It definitely doesn't feel like 3 acts. It doesn't feel like one story, which is, I think a lot of his work is sort of veiled anthology. He's got a lot of books that are really a collection of 4 or 5 different stories that happen to people who know each other. Yeah. And this is the king of that. There's no cohesion in this book. I love this book. I love his work, but I think this one is just a fucking mess. The biggest mess of all the books by him I've read, which include most of his early work.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about the characters and the versions of them, but I mean, do you pretty much agree about the story, or do you find that you can just kind of sink into it and it doesn't matter how it's paced?
Yeah, it is enjoyable to me. It is not memorable, I'll say.
Okay, yeah.
The media version of it. The movie versions and what they add to it make it better for me, I will say. For me, I will say.
Sure.
And the interpretations of the character. But it's a story.
Yeah.
It's not breathtaking. It's a fun piece of the Dark Tower.
I should maybe say that what is significant and is memorable and is important in this book are the characters and their individual arcs. If there's not...
That's all it is.
Yeah, that's all it is. Because if there's really not a whole story...
But that's all that Dr. Sleep is. That's all that The Shining is, really.
Okay, yeah.
Dr. Sleep, nothing really happened. Like, from the beginning to the end, within the circle of characters of both of those, nothing really changes. Like, you kill some bad guys, but no one really knew they were around.
Yep.
You saved one kid, but like in the end, what's the point?
Yeah, the point is that it's Danny Torrance, and we get to see him again.
Yeah, that's it. You get to see his redemption. So, Captain Trips.
Yeah. Another difference in the new one is that in one of the very first scenes, Randall Flagg... Another difference in the new one is that in one of the very first scenes, Randall Flagg sticks his foot in the doorway at the government facility, which allows Captain Trips to escape.
Oh, is that what happened in the new one?
In the new version, and that's, people pointed that out because in the books, it almost seems like he's not even sure. It's mentioned that he's not sure when he was born or if he was born or when he came into being, but he's just a man or an entity that is just always in the right place at the wrong time and shows up with this, this energy of a willingness to just follow a leader, any leader, Okay. He's a figure that's just like in the very end at the island, how he shows up and he's like, hello, I'm going to bring you civilization,
Power vacuum. Here I am.
And that's threatening. Yeah. He shows up in a power vacuum.
He's an opportunist.
So for anyone listening that doesn't know, what the story that I have claimed does not exist is that a disease called Captain Trips escapes from a government facility where they are engineering a weaponized virus, And it happens quite by stupid accident in the book. Some, blast door that's supposed to slide shut within a split second does not, for unknown reasons, because Stephen King really likes it when shit just happens. If you have a virulent disease that could wipe out America lying around, it's going to get out. Almost in the same kind of way that if you are preaching ideologies like this, you're going to attract a trash can man. There's always Stephen King, it's just evil eventually. He likes to talk about how it defeats itself, but it's almost like, that is it. Yeah, you leave this shit lying around, and what do you expect to happen?
Yeah.
Now, well, let me ask first what you think about Stuart Redman.
So in the two shows, I liked who they picked to play him.
Yeah. Well, I love James Marsden.
Yeah, he was just a non-superpowered Cyclops there.
He is the
doing what is right. And, what's that?
He's the super duper. He's the protagonist, like full on.
He's the lawful good character. He's the lawful good character. He's the epitome of good.
Did you say something? What were you saying about Gary Sinise? That you didn't like Gary Sinise? You said I wasn't sure what you were talking about. You said he built a town and then yelled at everyone. Unless that was what happened in the book you were talking about.
In real life, he builds houses for disabled veterans and then yells at other people about it when they don't respect him.
It's if someone says something nasty to him, he says, "Well, I build houses for disabled veterans, so you can fuck off."
Yeah, I don't think it's that blunt.
Okay.
Pretty much. That's my take.
I'm glad he's building houses for disabled veterans, but, that is the kind of thing that people congratulate themselves about quite a bit.
All that CSI Miami money, or wherever he was CSIing.
Yeah, was he on that for years? Is that what he's rich for now?
What was he on? It wasn't CSI, was it?
I think so. And I think it was in Florida if it wasn't CSI Miami.
Just type the word Gary into there because I can't spell Sinise.
Yeah, it's spelled S-N-E-A. Sneeze.
He's the sixth Gary to come up, too.
Gary Busey, Gary Oldman. Who the fuck is Gary Brecka?
I have Gary Sturgis and Gary Owens and Gary Gutzman.
Gary Sinise, CSI. Gary Sinise, CSI Wiki.
Is he on the CSI?
It says,
Criminal Minds? 1 episode.
Criminal Minds?
Yeah, he was on CSI for 1 episode.
Oh, so that's not the show he was on.
He was in New York. He was on it for 197 episodes.
CSI New York.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, Apollo 13.
Oh, I've never seen that.
Oh, yeah.
Other than The Stand, which probably was before Forrest Gump. I know him from Forrest Gump, Lieutenant Dan.
Forrest Gump is, I just saw it here. When was that? 94. Yeah, it's got to be before that.
The Stand mini-series. I'm looking at Google and there's a picture of him and Molly Ringwald and then it says 2020 next to it. 1994. It came out the same year as Forrest Gump.
Molly Ringworm.
Yeah, so then we have Franny Goldsmith, played by Molly Ringwald and Odessa Young. Everyone in the 90s show was way more famous and the characters were depicted as much older. The characters are all very young in the new one.
I don't know if that's true. I think we are older.
Well, Odessa Young, who plays Franny Goldsmith.
I think we are older.
Odessa Young, who plays Franny Goldsmith in the 2020 version, looks like she's gotta be 19. James Marsden, that's an adult man.
Yeah,
But
that's true.
when you compare, and we'll get to Lloyd.
So if it was out in 94, right?
Yeah.
Gary Sinise was 39 years old.
That's got to be what James Marsden has got to be 50.
James
So,
Marsden. This came out in 2020.
yeah,
He was born in
54.
no, not he was 54.
No, he was born in 54, is my opinion.
No,
No,
born in
that would make him 70. That's not what I meant.
Yeah, 73.
He was born in 73. I wanted to say 74. Okay. So he was older than Sneeze.
Older than Gary Sinise was. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So wait, then how old? I want to do some quick comparisons here because this is a neat little
It
game.
is. I'll tell you which characters I'm thinking of mainly are Lloyd, and because Lloyd is played by a very young man, and Miguel Ferrer in the 90s, who maybe in the 90s I just looked at Miguel Ferrer and was like, well, that's an adult, that's an old man.
Miguel Ferrer was the same age as Gary Sinise, 39.
Okay, but that's much older than Nat Wolff, who plays Lloyd Henry in the 2020 version. The other one is
maybe.
Glenn Bateman, who is played in the 90s by Ray Walston, who is that guy on Star Trek who's like the groundskeeper. Not Bigglesby, not Bartleby. Do you know the groundskeeper at Star Trek Academy?
No.
It's the guy who
Hold
played
on.
Glenn Bateman in the 90s. I'll let you do your math, sorry.
94 to 2000. So he was 26. Lloyd was 26 in this show. Yeah. So he's not that far off. He's only, that's 13 years. That's a lot. But yes, you are correct.
Miguel Ferrer, I'm very into his career because he's on Twin Peaks, and he's also great in RoboCop. A lot of Twin Peaks actors were in RoboCop, which is interesting, like 3 of them, maybe more.
I love RoboCops.
I like that. I like it when he shoots all those men right in their dicks.
Go pretend he's a bad rowboat. All right, what's next?
We got Mother Abigail.
Rowboat.
In their dicks.
All right, what's next? All right, what's next?
We got Mother Abigail, played by Ruby Dee in the 90s, who
Very old.
I'm not very old, not familiar with her career at all, but in the 2020s, played by Whoopi Goldberg, also from Star Trek. In fact, both of these had all-star casts.
Yes, I agree.
Both of them had casts of people that were either, about to have really impressive careers.
Well, or people who take dumps on other people's beds.
We're about to get to Nadine Cross. I'm not sure if it's Laura Shawn Giacomo in the original, but she was in a few sitcoms and TV shows around that time. And
Who's in there? Why don't I remember her character?
who? Nadine Cross?
Yes.
She is the character who is impregnated by Randall Flagg, and then something I still don't think works in the 90s and in the books is that
Franny Goldsmith was Odessa Young.
yes, sorry.
Okay, I got you now. Go on.
Okay.
It doesn't work.
Is that there's this whole thing about how Nadine Cross has been chosen maybe from birth to be the bride of Randall Flagg or some dark force. Like she gets on the Ouija board and she gets all half possessed and scared, and she knows that she knows even before Captain Trips that she cannot have sex because she has been promised to this dark creature that will someday arrive. And as soon as she gets impregnated by him, it's a little different in each of the versions, but she more or less either and as soon as she gets impregnated by him, it's a little different in each of the versions, but she more or less either kills herself or taunts Flag enough to get him to throw her out a window. So, like, it's almost, it doesn't seem, in a way, it's kind of the, like, evil's going to destroy itself. He can't keep track of everything. Things are going to slip through the cracks and whatever. And so that's fine. But I just think that, like, you got this character that's built up for her whole life to be the mother of the son of the Antichrist.
I always took that as his focus was to make sure that
to throw her out a window. So, like, it's almost, it doesn't seem, in a way, it's kind of the, like, evil's going to destroy itself. He can't keep track of everything. Window. So, like, it's almost, it doesn't seem, in a way, it's kind of the, like, evil's going to destroy itself. He can't keep track of everything. Things are going to slip through the cracks and whatever. And so that's fine. But I just think that, like, you got this character that's built up for her whole life to be the mother of the son of the Antichrist.
I always took that as his focus was to make sure that she was going to be pure or be saved for him so that she could have the Antichrist or whatever the next coming deity is, or the next incarnation.
Right.
Likely it would have just been the next body for Flag to inhabit, is my take on it. And then as soon as she is pregnant with him, with the child, Flag turns his attention to other things and his powers wane on her.
Right, yeah.
That's how I take it. Like, his spell is not there because he doesn't think he needs it anymore.
And it's definitely towards the part of the book where he's slipping up, where things are unraveling in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
So it works and it doesn't. I mean, especially in the 90s, there were so many things when I read this book in the 90s that, like, I didn't know that King had been on cocaine the whole time, but, like, I could tell that something was going on, that these scenes weren't really strung together in a traditional way. Because he just sort of, you know, I can totally picture him getting to that point where he's built up this whole thing about how her whole life is supposed to be for this, and then, you know, he's just like, he just has to keep writing. Something has to keep happening, and And he's like, well, they're in a high rise. She's yelling at him. She wants him to throw her out the window because that's dramatic. And it was. It works in its way. The whole thing about this story is I'm going to talk about how I think it's because I didn't like it in high school. There's a certain place we keep in our hearts for things that we liked or did not like in high school, right?
That tracks.
Rita Blakemore.
Sure.
Oh, please.
Was that? No, I'm just saying that I'm trying to read something here.
Oh, okay.
But I'm good.
So in the book, before Larry meets Nadine Croft, in high school, right?
That tracks.
Rita Blakemore.
Sure.
Oh, please.
Was that?
Rita Blakemore.
Sure.
Oh, please.
Was that? No, I'm just saying that I'm trying to read something here.
Oh, okay.
But I'm good.
And he's like, well, they're in a high rise. She's yelling at him. She wants him to throw her out the window because that's dramatic. And it was. It works in its way. The whole thing about this story is I'm going to talk about how I think it's because I didn't like it in high school. There's a certain place we keep in our hearts for things that would.
But I'm good.
So in the book, before Larry meets Nadine Cross, when he's leaving New York, he hangs out with a lady named Rita Blakemore.
Yep.
In the 90s, they just keep Nadine.
Mm-hmm.
We got we liked or did not like in high school, right? So in the book, before Larry meets Nadine Cross, when he's leaving New York, he hangs out with a lady named Rita Blakemore.
Yep.
In the 90s, they just keep Nadine.
Mm-hmm.
We got no Rita Blakemore. We get Rita Blakemore, played by Heather Graham, who is also a Twin Peaks actress. Hooray. In the 2020s. There's another major change is there's a scene where I don't know if they have to go through the Lincoln Tunnel and get separated, Rita and Larry. But they change it into this weird little scene where he like goes through the sewers for a couple blocks, and people really did not like the change. I think the Lincoln Tunnels scene in the book is probably, really well known and considered really scary. And they didn't like that it was reduced to them getting separated and him going through the sewers.
Yeah. I didn't mind.
I didn't mind either. In fact, I didn't mind a lot of the new show, the things that people complained about changes.
I was just trying to imagine the smell in New York.
Oh my God. Imagine if everyone died a week ago and you were in New York City.
In the summer?
It smells bad enough with living people being there.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That place with people with nowhere to go, like, buildings full of apartments full of corpses.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there is some.
You used to it?
Sorry?
You think you get used to it after a few days?
No.
I think you level out.
I think you would go like nose blind and you might not notice it, but for me, the thought of being in this necropolis just filled with bodies.
So gross. I love it.
Just decomposing everywhere. What do you think about the horrible black neck special effects of the swollen throats in the new one?
So there's a gentleman back in the early 2000s. I was up in Buffalo doing some repairs on some of the houses my grandfather rented out to people.
Okay.
And one of them was a Russian immigrant.
Okay.
And he had a goiter like that.
Ooh.
And as soon as I saw it, I'm like, that is some core memories flashing back that I repressed right there.
Oh, as soon as you saw it on TV.
As soon as I saw it, I'm like, yep, that's good. I get it. I know what's going on here.
It's gory and scary. There's two levels of horror in this, if I were to really overgeneralize, because there's the scary nightmares and the threat of Flag, which I really don't think ever materializes. Because by the time they're going to confront him, his whole reign is already collapsing.
Yeah, but yeah.
Well, but the real horror, and I think probably what is probably more intentional and what King is more interested in is the horror of the disease and of Captain Trips and the end of America. And all of those bodies and all of those swollen necks and all of the horrible things. I think it's a pretty good move to pace the 2020 show the way they do, where it starts in Boulder and then you see everyone's flashback to the horrors that they saw and the piles of bodies. But it's really scary. Having to walk through the Lincoln Tunnel packed with cars full of corpses, and you don't know if some people are half alive. You don't know if you're in the beginning part of this story, our main characters, none of them know whether they are capable of being infected or not.
Correct. Yeah,
that's the scariest part. Everyone is dropping dead and you haven't gotten sick yet. Know whether they are capable of being infected or not. Everyone is dropping dead and you haven't gotten sick yet.
I remember 2020.
How amazing was it that they put this show out in 2020?
That's just bold move right there.
Really, really smart.
And not even that long into the pandemic. It was like 2 weeks. It was right when things weren't opening back up, if I recall correctly.
It was like right when first lockdown was going on.
It was perfect viral marketing. Pun intended.
So we got Larry Underwood, the musician, played by Adam Stork, and in the 2020 version, Jovan Adepo.
I preferred the 2020 version.
Yeah, I think they're both. I think the 2020 version looks more at him as a character because Larry Underwood is the redemption character. He starts out as a shithead. He's got this memory that echoes in his head of the time that a woman chased him out of apartment screaming at him, telling him that he's not a nice guy and stuff the people that his mother dies, Rita Blakemore dies of suicide, I believe. Although it might be kind of vague. It might be that it seems like an overdose and he's not sure if it was intentional. But
okay,
he's got a lot of baggage and he feels like he's let a lot of people down. And there's also it slightly infers that he got famous by stealing the song that made him famous, and that all happened right before the end. So he got away with it. But what did he get for it? And maybe you know what?
In Vegas.
In Vegas. One of the maybe you know what? One of the more interesting characters, and I don't know. I don't think either of the TV versions made a huge impression on me. I think they both came out more as just another good guy than the complexity that's in the book. Underwood, yeah.
Okay. In my mind, in the older version, him and Gary Sinise were very easily interchanged.
Yeah, that's almost exactly what I'm saying. Those two characters in the first version were basically the good guys.
Yeah. And
that's what Stu Redman, Gary Sinise, is. Very, I don't want to say a one-dimensional character, but he's a cowboy. He's a straight-laced cowboy who wants to do good. I think the actor that played I think
Yes,
the
they-
actor that played Harold Laudner in the 2020 version is incredible. I think it's really interesting that that's the character we start the show with. Because that's the character that travels with Franny, that like has a crush on her, and who ends up doing the terrorism.
Oh yeah. That guy was. Who was he in the old one?
Corin Nemec, aka Parker Lewis Can't Lose.
Yes.
You remember Parker Lewis Can't Lose?
Yep. Ew.
It was sort of like, who's that guy that took that famous day off? Ferris?
Yeah, it
Ferris
was.
Bueller.
Yes.
It was the show was kind of like that, yeah. Like,
Oh, I remember that show was great.
Parker Lewis?
Yeah.
Um,
It was. I think they were. The Parker Lewis Can't Lose was supposed to be the original Ferris Bueller TV show.
okay. Like,
Like I think that's like how Columbiana is the sequel to The Professional,
right.
but they didn't get the rights to it because Luke Besson is a dick.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. Like he didn't want to give up Natalie Portman's character
Sure.
for a sequel he wasn't doing.
Okay.
So Columbiana is the sequel, but then they. So Columbiana is the sequel, but then they just moved it to South America.
Yeah, that makes, yeah. I mean, I've heard most of that before. I didn't know it was because of Luke Besson, but that makes sense.
Yeah, like something about one of his many divorces.
Oh yeah, he divorced that lady with the blue tentacles that sings in The Fifth Element so that he could marry Mila Jovovich, and then she divorced him to marry the guy that made Mortal Kombat.
Circle of Life.
Is that Paul W.S. Anderson? People are always mentioning movies that guy made that I'm always surprised about. That guy that made Mortal Kombat and married Mila Jovovich, he also made Morpheus goes through a black hole with the guy from Jurassic Park and they end up in hell. Morpheus from the Matrix. Jurassic Park and they end up in hell. Morpheus from the Matrix goes through a black hole with Sam Neill and they end up in hell. No?
That's,
Event Horizon.
yeah.
Yes.
Hold on, I'm gonna pause for a second here. Go way off topic, okay?
Please.
I'm on the wrong keyboard. I've been watching a movie in pieces because I don't think I could watch the whole thing straight through without losing my mind.
All right.
It is called, and we've talked about this briefly. H.P. Lovecraft's The Old Ones.
It's a movie.
It's a movie.
Okay.
The Old Ones.
It's a movie.
It's a movie.
Okay.
It is
When was it made?
like 5 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. All right.
Let me get some details here.
H.P. Lovecraft's, it's a movie called H.P. Lovecraft's The Old Ones that you are going through very slowly. I'm writing it down.
Yep, 2024 just came out.
Wow.
It has no one famous.
Yeah, that sounds correct. The Old Ones.
Screenwriter H.P. Lovecraft, Chad Farron.
So, The Old
look at it.
Ones, is that the title of a Lovecraft story?
Yes, watch this.
It is.
This is so good. This is so good.
Okay.
There, that's the title cover.
Wow, that's a great cover for Lovecraft story?
Yes, watch this.
It is.
This is so good. Craft Chad Farron.
So, The Old
look at it.
Ones is
4 just came out.
Wow.
It has no one famous.
yeah, that sounds correct.
There, that's the title cover.
Wow, that's a great cover for something. Chad Farron. Okay.
There, it's just read this description, then I'll drop out of this here. It's so good. A 1930 sea captain, Russell Marsh, saw the light, and for 93 years his body was not his own. Inhabited by a great old. A 1930 sea captain, Russell Marsh, saw the light, and for 93 years his. Just came out.
Wow.
It has no one famous.
Yeah, that sounds correct.
A 1930 sea captain, Russell Marsh, saw the light, and for 93 years his body was not his own. Inhabited by a great old one, he committed unspeakable acts in the name of esoteric Order of the Dragon. Now free,
Dagon.
he is in search. Huh?
The Esoteric Order of Dagon. There's
Oh,
no
I'm sorry.
R. It's okay.
I'm reading it in a screen, on a screen.
Yeah.
Now free, he is in search of a way to go back in time to reverse the horrors wrought upon the world. But the cult has other plans and will stop at nothing to destroy him.
How come it's taking you several sessions?
Oh, hang on a second.
Okay.
One moment.
How come it's taking you several sessions?
Give me 1 second. I have to pause and I'll be right back.
No problem.
Has other plans and will stop at nothing to destroy him.
Hear it,
It
yeah.
looks like Finley is now in that villa.
Like,
And it's changed.
it starts just like this, right?
Oh, I like the animation.
I'm going.
Like, then all of a sudden, these type of.
Yeesh. Yeah, I mean, this is an extremely low budget.
Oh yeah. So.
I have never been able to stay awake through either of those.
So Tommy Knockers, I only.
The like 90s King TV.
Of like, if I was with someone else, I could probably power through it.
Kind of like 90s. Kind of like 90s King TV.
And will stop at nothing to destroy him.
Kind of like 90s King TV.
Kind of like 90s King TV. I don't know. I watch the Langoliers a lot.
Do you?
and Tommyknockers. I love those.
I have never been able to stay awake through either of those.
So Tommyknockers. I watch The Langoliers a lot.
Do you?
And is wrought upon the world. But the cult has other plans and will stop at nothing to destroy him. I watch The Langoliers a lot.
Do you?
And Tommyknockers. I love those.
I have never been able to stay awake through either of those.
So Tommyknockers, I only liked, the reason I got into it was because my dad wanted to watch it, and it started when I was supposed to go to bed.
Ah, good. Yes. See?
I stayed up and I watched it for that reason.
Yeah, we all have certain things that we got to stay up late and watch that we are going to love forever, whether they're good or
The
bad.
window here. What are you sharing?
Me?
I see you.
I have my red light on, means I'm recording. If that's
Okay.
what.
There we go. I got it. I fixed it now.
Okay.
Like, you were much bigger than me before.
I
I see you. You sharing.
Me? I have a watch that we are going to love forever, whether they're good or
The
bad.
window.
Good or bad. I have my red light on, means I'm recording. If that's
Okay.
what.
There we go. I got it. I fixed it now.
Okay.
Like, you were much bigger than me before, and I don't know why.
Oh, it's because did you click on me, and then if you click on me, we
I did.
both become the same size?
All right, so now I'm back.
Okay. So, I mean, those are some of the major characters. Whether they're good or bad. So, I mean, those are some of the major characters, other than, I guess, Lloyd Henreid, which I've mentioned. Nat Wolff, I think, also does an incredible job in the 2020s as Lloyd Henreid. That's a great Lloyd. And yeah, much more on drugs. Oh, and Nick Andros, who was played by Rob Lowe in
Yeah, that was
1994.
pretty sweet.
I
What a great thing for someone. Take away his voice.
Do you have a special place in your heart for Rob Lowe? I love the guy.
I mean, I think everyone does. He's Rob Lowe.
Is that, yeah, okay. Just making sure. Wayne's
He was the
World.
bad guy in all of my formative youth.
Oh, yeah? What else was he bad in other than Wayne's World?
It was Wayne's World. It was Tommy Boy.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
That's it. I only watched 2 movies.
The real thing. Okay, so I think it was Boothby is the Star Trek character that's the groundskeeper. That actor plays Glenn Bateman in the 90s. He looks about 100, and Greg Kinnear at about 40 plays him in the 2020s. I wonder. I feel like the character is supposed to be like 65. So I think that's a definite younging down. We talked about Trash Can Man, played by Matt Frewer and Ezra Miller.
Yep.
And
Ezra Miller did a much more unhinged version for sure.
oh my god, like barely vocal.
Yeah, that's how I like my Ezra Miller.
Do you think the 2020 version had to include the scene of him jerking off while blowing up the oil tanks?
Yep.
Had to. Do you think that's important to the character? I mean, it definitely changes how you think about him. He's
It
almost,
showed that he was the reason he went for the nuke
yeah.
was now defined. In the old one, he was more of an anarchist. Someone
Yeah.
who just wanted to cause trouble. In this one, he was mentally unhinged and needed to get all the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something really interesting to me is that Flag in the 2020 show kind of tells him that there's a big bomb in some bunker to go and find it, but
Give me the big fire.
in the book, like, Trash Can is getting into trouble. He's, like I said, like, Las Vegas is very strict. Everyone is very, there's a lot of law and order, like real harsh law and order. And Trash Can gets into a few altercations with some of the people he's working with. He eventually blows up a bunch of helicopters that Flag wanted to use to survey, areas at the edge of his domain. He gets chased away and comes back with an atom bomb to kill everyone. Like, real different. And in both of the cases, it's a failing on the part of Flag as a leader. But in one of them, it's like spectacular. It's like, hey, I want an atom bomb. Go get me an atom bomb. Oops, I'm fucking dead.
Well, he wanted to take it. He didn't. He was subtle about where he wanted it to go.
Oh, in the 2020 show?
Yeah. He just said he needs to get the big fire.
Right.
And Trash Can Man wants to see it.
Yeah.
That's his whole thing. He needs to see it. And Flag wanted to go blow up Colorado.
Right, you get if it's not stated, you get the vibe that Flag wants this bomb to eventually go to Boulder.
Oh, he said it like
he
to
does.
someone else.
Oh, okay,
Not
okay.
to Trash Can. That's why Trash
Probably
Can.
Lloyd.
Yeah.
I want to mention the Rat Man.
Before we go to that, the thing that I don't understand about
Okay.
Lloyd
Yeah.
in the new one, the thing that didn't make sense to me was Lloyd's anxiety about Flag.
Is it sort of like, is he worried that Flag is going to move on from Lloyd, or is he worried that Flag is going too far? He almost, there's a sense of him feeling like he's going to be left behind as Flag becomes powerful.
I don't get that in the
No?
new version.
Okay.
I get that Lloyd is going into it to be his right-hand man,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden he feels like he's being the underappreciated employee.
Okay, yeah, that's in the
all I
TV show.
got. Like, it didn't make sense to me. Like, if you're going off of this reputation of being a murderer and all this, and then all of a sudden you're scared that Flag is going to tell you to do something that there will be no consequences for. It doesn't make sense. That left me feeling unsatisfied with the movie. The show.
Yeah. He's much. We get a much more fuller look at all of the characters, but Lloyd, I think, is one character that we get a much more full look at in the book, and he's much more sympathetic, I think. I mean, especially because does it come across in the show that he didn't kill anybody? He was on this.
He did not.
Yeah, he was on this
he was
road trip
brave.
of chaos, but he was the sidekick.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
so there's a lot so part of it is that I think in the TV show, part of it is that he's worried someone's going to find out that he's not this cold-blooded killer. Does that feel like that might be part of what's happening?
I don't know.
Okay, because in the does that feel like that might be part of what's happening?
I don't know.
Okay, because in the book, it's definitely once the scene happens where the guy is executed for making crack, like
Hold on.
that.
Hold on.
Okay,
What's up?
Billy's there coming over?
They are coming over now, yeah.
So
crack, like
Hold on.
that.
Hold on.
Okay, for making crack.
You leave or say anything? I just went looking for you, and all the doors were locked from inside, and I was terrified.
I
Awesome.
didn't read that one.
We have 2 copies here.
Did I watch that one?
It is a.
Oh.
So you're gonna get the girls at 4:30.
Alright.
off on the floor, and Violet like left it somewhere obvious. Okay, sorry. What was your question again?
Okay. Other than, yeah, do you remember the Rat Man or the Rat Woman or either of them? It's a very minor character. I'm mentioning it only because it happens where the guy is executed for making crack. Does that feel like that might? So there's a lot in the, and so that's, so part of it is that, I think in the TV show, part of it is that he's worried someone's going to find out that he's not this cold-blooded killer. Yeah, do you remember the Rat Man or the Rat Woman or either of them? It's a very minor character. I'm mentioning it only because.
Now that we had this discussion.
Oh, we did talk about this.
Because it was the girl from Dirk Gently's Holistic.
Ah, that's correct, Theo. Ah, that's correct. Fiona Dourif, who is the son of, the daughter of Chucky. Brad Dourif, her father, is most famous for playing Chucky. He's also in Star Trek. So shouts to Fiona Dourif, who I love.
She did that role very well. I liked that. That role was very satisfying to watch.
There's a character named Teddy Wyzak in Boulder who is friends with Harold and is one of the people killed in Harold's bombing, which is like a tragedy of the whole Harold thing. You know,
Yeah, wasn't he suicide himself?
Wisnack?
In the new one, he Epsteined himself. Because he discovered the plot of the bombing, right?
And hung himself in a jail cell?
No, he shot himself in the head by Harold Lauder shooting him in the head.
Wow, I really gotta rewatch the new one.
Is that
that's
the guy
what,
that happened to?
I don't recall Harold shooting someone in the head.
Or himself?
Wisnack? Which is like a tragedy of the whole Harold thing.
So what was the guy's name again?
Teddy Wyzak. W-E-W-I-E, I think. Z-A-C-K.
Looking for who played him, because I'll be able to tell that.
Well, right.
So-
The punchline of what we're talking about is going to be who played him in the 90s.
Who did?
Eon Bailey played him in 2020. E-I-O-N Bailey.
Who's that? I don't know who that is.
Oh, I'm telling you that if you were still looking it up. Because
I'm looking for him now in the 90s. I've got both IMDb's up.
No, Ion Bailey is in the 2020s.
Oh, okay.
Teddy Wyzak in the 90s was played by Stephen King.
Okay, hold on. His name was Teddy, you say?
Teddy Wyzak. I'm going to show you a picture of Eon Bailey.
I got him.
Okay. Very minor character. I don't recall if he's shot by either Nadine or Harold. He could be in the new
Fairly
version.
certain that he was Harold's
Friend.
So he started with Harold
Like in the first episode.
in the cleanup crew
Yes.
of the bodies. And
Yeah.
then he moved to the night watch with Harold. He was Harold's
Friend. Bombing, which is like a tragedy of the whole Harold thing.
He was Harold's
Friend.
So he started with Harold
Like in the first episode.
in the cleanup crew
Yes.
of the bodies. And
Yeah.
then he moved to the night watch with Harold.
Yes.
And on the night watch, while Harold was off with his schemes, he uncovered that they were trying to get the avalanche bombs.
The dynamite or whatever. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, set it up. And so he staged it to look like he had killed himself looking out over the amphitheater.
Okay.
That's what
Yes.
tipped off Hold on, I'll get the
Stu
names
and
right. Bear
Company?
with- It wasn't Stu. It was Franny. That something was wrong
Okay.
of how he was acting, and then that's how it all went down. That was the beginning of the end for Harold.
Yeah. Totally.
I do
yeah.
have to say that I really like how Harold died.
Oh man, really well done in the
Like
Well-
landing on those branches.
yeah, and then like lying there for days and like
Trying to
writing
eat
in his
candy
notebook
bars.
about it, eating candy bars.
It was done.
Yeah, fuck Harold. I think that is a very satisfying character death in all four versions.
Did have the regret of what was going on and did see what was wrong with his path.
Yeah,
Like after he was past the point of no return.
yeah.
Yeah.
Which is,
Okay.
I mean, yeah, which is, especially in the book, these characters are so, there is something other than Randall Flagg in all of these characters. I'm just gonna go ahead and say there is something sympathetic. And they are, none of them, other than Stu and Flagg, none of them are one-dimensional. And even Stu is not. It's just easy to call him a cowboy. One of the doctors in the beginning of the 2020 show is played by Hamish Linklater, who is also in Midnight Mass, which is a Mike Flanagan production. So that's awesome, but he's in a lot of stuff that's cool. General William Starkey, this is the true double, both actors are legends. General William Starkey was played in 1994 by Ed Harris and
yeah.
in 2020 by J.K. Simmons.
Yep. That was very satisfying to me.
J.K. Simmons knocked it out of the park.
Yeah.
One of the most entertaining parts of the new show.
I felt the that whole series of events felt more monotonous. Like I felt Stu Redman's anxiety about being in that bunker.
Oh god,
More
yeah.
than
I'm going to show you a picture of Ian Bailey.
I got him.
Okay. Very minor character. I don't recall if he's shot by either Nadine or Harold. He could be in the new
Fairly
version.
certain that he was Harold's
Friend.
So he started with him.
Teddy Wyzak in the 90s was played by Stephen King. I don't recall if he's shot by either Nadine or Harold. He could be in the new
Fairly
version.
certain that in
Each art should be allowed to pursue artistic endeavor.
Killed in Harold's bombing, which is like a tragedy of the whole Harold thing. Teddy Wyzak in the 90s was played by Stephen King.
he was Harold's
Friend.
So he started with Harold
Like in the first episode.
in the cleanup crew. I felt Gary Sinise's.
The early part of Stu's story, parts of the new show,
I felt the
sympathetic. They are none of them, other than Stu and Flagg, none of them are one-dimensional. And even Stu is not. It's just easy to call him a cowboy. One of the doctors in the beginning of the 2020 show. Oh god,
more
yeah.
than I felt Gary Sinise's. That whole series of events felt more monotonous. Like I felt Stu Redman's anxiety about being in that bunker.
Oh God,
More
yeah.
than I felt Gary Sinise's.
The early part of Stu's story where he's basically captured is very scary and like very like, oh boy, that like of all the situations in Stephen King books you hope you are never in, like this is the one. Like he's in a facility where people are just being executed, the people in charge don't know what's going on, like just there's no like, why would anyone even let you out? We're all killing each other. Just a disaster.
I'm just gonna kill you because you're here.
Yeah. You remember Bobby Terry?
I do not.
In the 2020s, there's Flag screams this guy's name several times. This guy accidentally kills the judge, that's one of the spies, on their way to Vegas. And
Okay.
Flag wanted them taken alive. And he keeps screaming the guy's full name, Bobby Terry. But in 1994, Bobby Terry was played by Sam Raimi.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. There's a character that might not be in the books at all in the 1994 series called Ray Flowers. She's on the radio and she's doing the I'm gonna keep reporting until the soldiers come in here and murder me. And then they do. That character was played by Stephen King alum Kathy Bates.
In the old one, right?
In the 1994 one, yeah. I don't think
Yeah.
that character is in any other version.
No, they have. There was someone on the radio.
Oh, there was in 2020
Yeah,
that gets killed by soldiers.
yeah, I
on the
remember
air?
that.
Okay, I mean it may even be in the book, and I might not have just didn't absorb it this time around.
I don't remember. Oh, I did not know this. Do you know who the president was in the 2020 version?
No, I don't have that on my doc.
Bryan Cranston.
Oh yes, I wonder if he only appeared as a voice.
Probably. And do you know where Stephen King's cameo was in the 2020 version?
Oh God, I do know that, and right now I don't.
He was on the poster for the Hemisphere.
Yes, it was a picture of him. Was he a lost someone that they were looking for?
Yeah, something like
Okay,
that.
at Hemingford.
It was also. It also felt like an Easter egg for, The Shining, because it looked like one of the posters that were. The way it was framed was like the posters in the game room, in the Jack Nicholson version, the Kubrick.
The posters in the game room. So not the picture of him at the party. Is that what you mean, or?
No. So there's the game room, and they highlighted two posters, and they're like a source of, like, what's this movie really about?
Right. Yeah.
Like
The
those
Space Lander.
conspiracies. And like people focus in on those posters because it's like
Is one
you
a
see-
skier?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the other one for the other, but like it felt like that.
It's either a skier or a minotaur. Did you watch that movie, right? The Room 234 or whatever?
Yeah.
Nonsense movie.
I love it.
Good. Yeah, there's I'll tell you what, I got a couple of quotes. I got two well, let's see. I got three quotes I want to read. The first one I'm going to read. I don't know who says this in The Stand, but obviously Stephen King said it because he said it all.
Yeah.
And I think that this kind of sums up maybe part of the problem I have with The Stand overall. This quote is from the book, I think.
What?
As it happens, I think that in really good stories, the whole is always greater than the sum of the parts. And this really is about the parts.
Does character study. That's really it.
Does it become a whole thing, though, is my question.
Like with everything else, Stephen King, the adaptations of it are better. I will say that for the majority, I enjoy the adaptations better than the books. With the exception,
Wow.
with the exception of The Dark Tower.
Okay, that movie doesn't have anything to do with anything, so that's fair. Wow, I think I would have to think about it, but I think that I enjoy the books more than any of his adaptations. Although, I mean, Stand By Me is hard to argue with, so is Shawshank. I mean, he's got a lot of really good, The Shining is also one of my favorite books. That movie and the book, completely different reasons. Like, I think the book is really personal and deep and interesting and upsetting. And as a matter of fact, the Kubrick movie is also that, but completely different, in a completely different way, with a completely different
They bring it
mechanism.
all together.
Yes. These are all happening on different layers of a tower somewhere, as we know.
That's right. Except for the Dark Tower, which is collapsing.
I read you a couple quotes about Flag, so here's one more before my final quote that I have, which is about Society by Glenn. But one more quote about Flag is, he looks like anybody you see on the street, but when he grins, birds fall dead off telephone lines. When he looks at you a certain way, your prostate goes bad and your urine burns. The grass yellows up and dies where he spits. He's always outside. He came out of time. He doesn't know himself.
So I don't. That was from before he defined where he came from.
Okay, yeah.
And back then, it put too much information towards. He gave too much backstory to him. He lost his mystique in my mind.
Okay, yeah, I think so. I mean, it also, yeah, and it may be part of the process of this character, because this is more in the beginning. He doesn't know himself. He doesn't know where he came from. By the end of the book, he's saying stuff like, well, my real name is Richard Flagg. Like, by the end of the book, he's made up a story that he believes in, which is also has a lot to do with ideology. Everything that he does is just it's the mistakes that people that blindly follow an ideology fall into. I got a quote for you from Glenn Bateman.
Okay.
Show me a man or a woman alone and I will show you a saint. Give me two and they'll fall in love. Give me three and they'll invent this charming thing we call society. Give me four. Charming thing we call society. Give me four, they'll build a pyramid. Give me five, and they will make one an outcast. Give me six, and they'll reinvent prejudice. Give me seven, and in 7 years they'll reinvent warfare. Man may have been made in the image of God, but human society was made in the image of his opposite number and is always trying to get back home. There's a lot of really cynical Stephen King energy in that quote. 70s. Cynical 70s Stephen King energy.
I think he just got on a rant. I don't like it.
I think the whole book is him on a rant.
Yeah, but that's like they should have stopped at 3.
You don't like this take on human society? You don't think it's automatically bad?
Oh, it's accurate, but he just keeps counting. Like if I was listening, I would get annoyed real quick. I'd be like, "How many of these are you gonna? Where are we gonna stop? 8, 9?
Let's keep going."
Like I'll bet that's not the first draft either.
Imagine what this work must have been like for his editors in the 70s.
Oh god.
Just the pages were probably covered in blood and cocaine. What a great guy. What a great body of work.
We've all been there.
Yeah, I mean, I went to college. I've never done cocaine.
I don't think I have either on purpose.
Cool. All right. Oh yeah. I mean, who knows?
Who knows? It was a fun time to be alive.
You know what? The 90s were.
What was that 90s?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that I read the unabridged or the abridged version.
Okay.
There were a few things that I didn't recall, or that I recalled being different when I listened to the unabridged one just recently. But I'm glad that I listened to it during or experienced the book during 2 different parts of my life. Kind of interesting that there is sort of a 70s, 90s, 2020s of it all. Because then they move the time forward again when they do the remakes. And, you know, he's always been interested in things that happen every 30 years or so. And maybe there's something to that.
You really gotta go back to that well and just milk it dry. I think that's what my takeaway from this is.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't know. I like that they keep redoing it. I like this take on it. It makes me nervous they're gonna do that again with things that I really like again, The Shining.
Boy, they're making a new TV show about dairy right now.
What's that?
It. You know, It. Stephen King's It.
Yeah.
But you know, that's the same thing. It was the 50s, and then they made the one in the 80s, which probably took place in the 50s, but then the new ones take place in the 80s. There is a certain rhythm to the 30-year cycles of life. Is it just that I'm thinking about high school a lot these days? I don't know. Or
I think you are. Yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
I mean, everyone do. I was just looking at my yearbooks a little while ago.
Oh, really? What's that?
Well, I mean, I'm putting them back on the shelves. I'm like, oh, look at me.
Yeah.
All these signatures are very aggressive. I don't like any of the people I knew back then. All right.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much for talking to me about this.
I'm sorry if I kind of trailed off there. I enjoyed all of that.
Yeah, me too. And yeah, he's Stephen King is a complicated dude, and some of his stuff is good and some of it is bad, and most of it is both things at the same time.
He's the Nicolas Cage of writing.
Maybe.
He just churns it all out.
Maybe that's fair to say.
Maybe he just does the bad ones and cranks them out so that he can get through his contract. I just closed something. Why did I do that? I have something for you here, and then I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Where did it go?
What are your you got plans for dinner in the evening? What's happening?
Maybe he just does the bad ones and cranks them out so that he can get through his contract. It makes me nervous they're gonna do that again with things that I really like again, The Shining.
Boy, they're making a new TV show about dairy right now.
What's that?
It. You know, It. Stephen King's It.
Yeah.
But you know, that's the same thing. It was the 50s, and then
so that he can get through his contract.
all right, that's it. Thank you for listening to Maybe We'll Talk. I think I said everything during the break. What's coming up next? What's going on? What will be the rest of this season? What we're doing next, whatever format the next thing happens to be in. Check out The Least Ready Room. Check out Maybe We'll Fire and Blood. Check out maybe more podcasts that we might be doing about other TV shows, real quick ones like the Fire and Blood one. But those haven't happened yet. So yeah, check out The Least Ready Room and Maybe We'll Fire and Blood. Check out koidk.tv for my social bullshit, other accounts and other places. And lakehousesoaps.com. Buy my soap. Thank you so much. I'll see you next week. Maybe we'll talk about Dune. Other accounts and other places. And lakehousesoaps.com. Buy my soap. Thank you so much. I'll see you next week. Maybe we'll talk about Dune. what's up? Welcome to Maybe We'll Talk. It is summertime. It is like 10 in the morning. The sun is beating down. The air conditioning is on. The cats are indoors taking naps. Everyone's laying around the house. Did I say welcome to Maybe We'll Talk, a podcast where I talk to my friends on the phone? Let's talk to Locke and Weebs. Let's me and Locke and Weebs react sort of. Well, I was definitely half dead at the time, but I think we were all a little bit flabbergasted with not a whole bunch of things to say after watching episodes 8 and 9. 8, of course, is the very strange one. If you're familiar with Twin Peaks: The Return, which is what we're talking about, which is what we're reacting to. Yeah. And then let's talk about The Stand with Pete after that. So, and then after that, I'll see if I can do a good job of summarizing what we're going to be covering next, what's coming up next, and what else we're doing, and what, what the shape of things to come might be. Maybe if you hear me digging through papers and things on my desk, I'm getting out a little piece of scrap paper so that I can maybe jot down notes about what I'm going to say about what's coming up. So, thank you for being here. Yeah. Let's see how we felt about Twin Peaks. Episode 8, I think, in particular. Maybe we'll see what we say. It's very possible 9 didn't make an impression on us because we were so flabbergasted by episode 8. We'll see I don't remember. This was a few weeks ago now. But yeah, we're starting to catch up. We're going to be done with Peaks soon. This is all that's what I'm going to say at the end, is what's coming next. Because a bunch of things, which I mention every episode. But anyway, I'm trying to keep the housekeeping to the end. Is that most people do housekeeping at the top. I sat down and I was like, well, let's just say something about how hot it, because we're having a June heat wave right now. I went to the farmer's market to sell, and it was very hot, but it was kind of okay. And I'm really excited that I'm going to be doing that this summer. But what I wanted to say was, let's talk about Twin Peaks and then The Stand. And now I've said it, so let's go. And I'll talk more about what's coming next at the end of everything I have to present today. Thank you. I feel like I had a question that maybe I was going to ask you before watching this particular episode. But I don't know what it is.
It'll come to you.
How do you like season 3 so far? This is the first time you've seen like this much of it?
Yeah. I think we're actually finally at the point where I haven't seen these.
Oh, wow. Because if you stopped right here...
Yeah. Yeah,
that's funny...
I said at some point I'd only seen like 3 or 4 episodes, but it was apparently a lot more than that.
Cool.
And I don't remember, but yeah, we're getting into uncharted waters.
I know somebody, when this TV show came out, I was talking about Twin Peaks a lot. I said, you gotta watch Twin Peaks, you gotta watch Twin Peaks. This person watched season 1 of Twin Peaks, in a week. He watched season 2 of Twin Peaks in 2 weeks. He watched season 3 of Twin Peaks. He got to this episode. He watched this episode. He never watched Twin Peaks again.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this one.
This is
I've been looking forward to this one for a while.
Yeah, so here it is. So this is like the one.
The lady who went to see her boss is the cop from The Crow.
The lady... You mean Ernie Hudson from Ghostbusters? Is that Ernie Hudson?
Is it?
The cop from The Crow is definitely the guy from Ghostbusters.
He is? Okay, well,
Yeah.
then it's the same person.
Are you like?
I don't know names.
Are you? But like, did you not watch Ghostbusters 100 times as a child?
You might have been there when I watched Ghostbusters 100 times on. Remember, I was the I just sat.
Okay.
I sat in front of that TV. I played it. I rewound it. It was VHS. I played it again. I rewound it. I played it again. I think I watched it 5 times in a row.
Wow.
It was the first time I'd seen it.
Wow.
I was really
Okay.
taken with it.
Yeah, that guy in my head is definitely not the cop from The Crow.
Oh.
Like, that's not how I identify that guy.
Nice.
Why are the eyes?
So that's the flashback origin story. That explains everything that happens in the series is because of this.
Yep. Now we get it.
Yeah. Now